Good morning. How is everybody doing this wonderful Saturday morning? I am tired. Very, very tired. But we made it. A little earlier than planned, but I've been awake for a while. Unable to fall back to sleep, so we'll see how long I last. I want to finish this Boba Fett I'm working on, and we will see where we go from there. Made some pretty good headway with him. I'm gonna go ahead and jump right to my camera. Still struggling with camera settings as always. Yeah, color on the camera is still funny. I think it has a lot to do with it's a Razer Camo V2, and I've got the Razer Synapse open so that I can do those zoom settings, and I think the settings from Synapse are working in tandem / against the Camo Studios that comes with the camera. And yeah, pretty frustrating. But I got all of his green cloth that are his pants, his shirt, his gloves, and I got that green armor done. So, need to finish the helmet. Still feel like I might have to glaze a little bit of the helmet. Just to blend it. Kind of looks too, whereas it just doesn't look right. But backpack, or his jetpack's good. All the armor, flames coming out of the jetpack. So I need to do the cape. I don't remember which color that's supposed to be. And shoulder pads, knee pads, those are like a yellowish gold color. Belt is going to be similar to his gun, like a blackish gray. And then those little bags on his shins and on his belt, those are like a lightish brown. I don't remember what his shoes were. Probably find my image. Bro, this image didn't have his cape. It still gives me a pretty good idea of what I need to do. I don't know why I can't remember what color his cape is. Oh, here we go. Oh, would you believe those little bags on his shins are supposed to be the same color as his pants? Of course. I can't tell what color that cloak is. I think it's a dark green. Oh, it's almost like an olive. Okay, we can do that. Piece of cake, we can do it. Alright. So first things first, I gotta do those. Shoot. It's already glazed over his pants. Oh well. Said I mean. So it may have not been the best color choice for shadows, but I used this bright green. And I think after I glazed it, I mean, there's barely any of the bright green showing, because then I applied a bright pale green over most everything else with a pale yellow highlight. No, we do not need to do a system update. Now, I may have to add a little more glaze medium or water, but the glaze that I used on this guy yesterday afternoon, evening, is still on my wet palette, and it's still, once I found out when I put my hand in it accidentally, it's still very glazy. Still very glazy. So I should be able to glaze over that relatively easy. So yeah, then I use this bright pale green um, I don't know, this is not a very wise way of doing it, where I just open the bottle. That's how stuff dries out. But sometimes I do dumb stuff. and then just a little edge highlight of the pale yellow. And this one, now this isn't a cause, but this bottle is kind of a mess. Probably from leaving it open a little bit. Just trying to do tiniest amount of edge highlights. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's still very glazable. Probably need to do a second layer of glaze once that dries. Excuse me. Because I had to on the rest of the pants. But we can probably pick the color of that satchel. Oh, like a tan khaki. Wonder if I shouldn't just do that. Actually, tan flesh would probably be better than khaki. Maybe. Yeah. Depends on the shadows or highlights. Not sure. Pull up my hue card. I should print this out and put it somewhere. It's not perfect, but it does, um, Maybe a light umber. Followed by the tan flush. Maybe. Just for the deepest parts of the shadows. Find out. Well, that was too much. Well, oh well. Oh, no. Probably would help if I zoomed back out. Help everybody to see what I'm doing. Yeah, I was looking at the... Is it like a BenQ idea cam? When I did a search on the best cameras for streaming miniatures, that one popped up as one of 3 options. The other 2 options are about $1,000 cameras. BenQ on Amazon is under 200. So, kind of leaning towards that. Looks like his tassel thing is the same color. Yeah, I think it is. It's kind of hard to see in these pictures. His shoes are a different color brown, but I think I'm gonna base them the same way. Maybe. We'll see how it looks. I'm definitely gonna have to hit a little energy drink this morning. know what it is about these Saturday mornings that get me so tired. I went to bed around 9. Woke up at 4, was dead tired, but then I just couldn't fall back asleep. Same way last Saturday. I mean, my brain's working a little better than last Saturday, but last Saturday was real bad. Just couldn't even working on Darth Maul. It started out so well, and then I just ran into a problem and could not. Wasn't even that serious of a problem. I just couldn't wrap my mind around how to fix it. So far, my focus is a little bit better today than it was last Saturday, so not that worried. I'm not a little worried. I think just some of the issues sitting on my mind right now are I don't know. Before I jump into my rant, yeah, before I jump into that, let me just get the formalities out of the way. I'm Grizzly, but you know if you're in here. I stream all Pacific Standard Time Wednesday around 3 p.m., Friday around 2 p.m., and Saturday mornings 9 a.m. If I can, I do get on a little bit earlier, so hit that follow button so you can get the notification when I go live. I almost exclusively stream miniature painting, and I tend to be more of a Warcraft miniature painter, but following the May Star Wars festivities, I decided to continue with these Star Wars Legion minis with what I have dubbed as the Summer of Star Wars. I've been working on the Republic Army and the Separatist Army. So battle droids galore. I've got 30 B1 battle droids to my right that just need their bases finished. 2 staff riders in front of me that need their bases finished. And then I've got a whole bunch of, well, not a bunch, 9 B1 that are completed, and 4 droidekas that are also completed. And then I've also got some Jedi. I did Count Dooku already. Started on Darth Maul. Gave up on him last Saturday. Because I think I may end up repriming him and starting over. It was going well. Oh man, that's way too dark. This camera, I hate it. I hate the settings on this thing. I tried resetting everything and starting over, and that didn't help. Let me see if I can't. brighten that up just a bit without adding that glare back. We'll see. Yeah, so I started on him. He's doing very well with the black cloth, placement of the highlights and all that. And then I put a transparent black over it. I thought that was going to work. I've used the transparent colors as a filter many times, but this time it made it shiny, which killed the cloth look. So I couldn't wrap my mind around how to fix it last Saturday. So I was like, well, I'm just going to go on to the black polished leather, which are his boots, his belt, his gloves. And I couldn't, for the life of me, as I'm placing the shiny spots, I'm like, it doesn't look right. Something's wrong. And so finally I just gave up and started doing B1 Battlegroids with dry brushing white. I needed something simple. Oops. That one had no problem coming out. Yeah, we'll see if this gives the look I want. It might. Might be a little too peachy. Felt like the khaki was a little too yellowish. So I've talked about this all week because it's the biggest event / pain. Came into work Monday. The president of the company was going to be visiting Monday, which, there was a lot of questions as to why he was coming down. He came down in January, said he was going to be there once a month, and then kind of didn't. Granted, we're just one company within this very large mining company, publicly traded mining company. But we're a precious metals manufacturing facility. So unlike the rest of the company, which is all precious metals mining, we're kind of the novelty LLC. Which has presented a lot of challenges. My boss and I both came from precious metals manufacturing. Him more on the sales and distribution side, me more on the manufacturing side. And dealing with miner mindset sometimes is a little bit of a challenge. And my boss has always been a little, he has a dream and a vision, and I think a lot of times he forgot that we're working for the people that actually run things, that we don't. And so over the past 3 years, he's just been more and more frustrated and disillusioned with with just the direction that they were going. On the boots, I'm not. I'm still using the same color scheme, but I'm just gonna highlight, and then I'm either gonna maybe do a brown wash, or maybe a watered down transparent brown. And so for a while now, it's just been a lot of anti-HQ hatred from my boss and a few of the other office staff. And I've never shared that sentiment. Not that I'm the biggest fans of the people in HQ, but because I have had some run-ins with other VP level. There's definitely a difficulty in getting an understanding on how manufacturing and direct retail is different from mining. You know, mining, you pull metal out of the earth, and it's sold immediately. Typically, you're pulling for significantly less, although it does sound like our costs at the mines have gone up. You're pulling for significantly less than what you're selling for, so just the more you can produce, the more you can sell. Manufacturing in any type is a little bit different. You know, if you're selling, especially if you're selling direct retail, one, there's a vast distribution of the products that people are going to buy. You're making everything as a 5-ounce bar and people want a 5-ounce round. Well, guess what? Those 5-ounce bars aren't going to sell. You know, stuff like that. Let's go ahead and paint this strapping the same way. It looks like it's a little bit of a different color, but close enough that on a miniature it'll look good. So that's always been the challenge. Well, the main challenge is the way that they expect the mint to work is to just keep producing. You have a budget that you have to hit, and you just got to produce. But from a manufacturing standpoint, you don't want to turn all of your metal into finished goods and then not have the correct mix of finished goods when people are buying metal. So always a little bit of a struggle trying to educate them on what the market wants. Um, And there's always been a little bit of a like, I'm not 100% in disagreement with some of the opinions towards the HQ. I recognize this isn't my company. I didn't build a multi-billion-dollar company. You know, highest I've ever scaled is general manager of a fulfillment facility. And currently, well, as of last week, I was a mint manager, whatever that means. So, getting back to the core of the story. The core of my little story. Do want to add a little more on this shoulder. You know, my boss could just never fall in line with that, and so I know he ran afoul of leadership up in HQ a lot. And I think it started getting to the point that it was, you know, they started doing things like with his bonus, pay increases, without really giving a lot of explanation, or at least none that he shared. He just said that they didn't give explanation. I don't always trust the validity of what he says. But there's been some things that have been a little not up front, but oh well. So it did kind of feel it was only a matter of time before either he left or the company forced him to leave. So, president of the company coming down this past Monday. Of course, a lot of questions, concerns, whatever. What's the whole purpose of this visit? And well, he shows up. See him walking around with my boss. So I go over and say my hello. President asks to speak with me in one of the offices up front. So I go up there and he lets me know that my boss's last day is that day, Monday. So, wasn't a surprise, but it was still sort of a surprise. I expected there was going to be a little more time. What did kind of surprise me was then he hands me a piece of paper and says, you know, we're going to be looking for a new general manager. But in the meantime, we're going to give you a little bump and make you the interim general manager. Which wasn't entirely a problem. You know, I was already doing a lot of the functions of a general manager. My boss was the VP of operations and general manager. and he focused more on the VP duties rather than the GM duties. Which, you know, is fine. Okay, so I want to lighten this up a bit. I don't know which color to add to the tan flesh. Maybe the warm gray? The bright warm gray? Just a little touch, just for the top highlights. Maybe a little more. That area on my damp palette is not damp at all. I thought when I put that water in it yesterday that would kind of spread to the middle, and it didn't really. So I may have to replace this pretty quickly. Yeah, that'll work. So, short story long, I am now the interim general manager. Which so far is not horrible. Hey, Bruce. All good. I appreciate you popping in. That was a very fun stream yesterday. Thank you. He's doing all right. Yeah, I still don't have those set up automatically. I am going to be working on probably after stream today. I'm going to be working on StreamerBot. That'll automatically, you know, a streamer comes in, it'll automatically shout them out. But that, I think that's it's gonna take some work. And I've got a couple bots. I've got Nightbot and SiriBot. Probably gonna can them. Sorry guys. And just replace them with StreamerBot. I think it has all the same functionality. I just gotta do I guess I gotta make another Twitch channel. Whatever the name of the bot, whatever I want it to be named. Yeah, that's good enough. Good enough. Then set that up as a mod and a bot. So yeah, I'm just beginning my gripe about work. So that is not part of his brace, that's part of his rifle. And I painted that as if it was part of his bracer thing. Oh well, I need to rebase that because I primed this dark neutral gray. And for the rifle and his belt, I want to just rebase them black. One second. Gotta remember this. You know, when we were done, we raided into, last night this is, we raided into Paint's stream. Which he's raided us. We've raided him a couple times. And I'm always lurking in his stream. But, I never noticed he always has a notebook. But he pointed it out yesterday that he was writing his color recipes for this. It was for the specific miniature that he was working on, but he was writing all those recipes down, which is a really good idea. And he has like a little box where he paints it so that he keeps all of that information. And that's smart. My thing is, I whether I find a recipe online, whether I just magically come across one, or whether artificial intelligence actually gives me one that works, which isn't, well, it's 50-50. I forget all. And then the next time I'm like, what did I do when I painted this brown? And, yeah, I need to start writing stuff down. Now, having said that, I'm gonna still not. But I do recognize that I should. So yeah. I said short story long. Monday was my boss's last day. I got a temporary promotion to the interim general manager. They will be looking for another general manager, but I think there is, to a degree, this is going to be a trial period for me. Basically for them to see if I can do the job. Because I did ask, is there an opportunity for me to go for the general manager position? And the answer was, it's too soon to tell, which is basically, we need to find out what you're capable of. I'm fine with that. Because it's a two-way road. As I said earlier this week, I was 100% content with where I was at last week Friday. So while I appreciate the increase, it was not not like I was hurting financially. So, again, I'm super appreciative. But I don't know, and we're only a week in, but there's something to be said about not being the top dog in in a company. You can sit there and say, as some have, um, you're already doing the job of the general manager. Because when he sat down and told me kind of what he wanted me to manage as the interim general manager, it's stuff that I was already managing. Things that my, well, former boss had already delegated to me. So it's very easy to step back and say, well, you were already doing the job. But it's also important to note doing the job and having the job are two different things. Before, my boss would make me responsible for these things, but he was the one ultimately accountable. Well, now I'm accountable. Um, and so, and now everyone at the Mint, which isn't a lot of people, um, we just lost our marketing guy a few weeks ago, and then my boss beginning of this week. That's still very hot. So it's, what is there now, a dozen of us, I think, or 12 maybe. I know 12 is a dozen. I think it's just 12 of us now. um but I never had to deal with HQ really in that sense. Never had to sit in those meetings. They're weekly. um and well, I have I don't share the, like I said before, I don't share the anti HQ sentiment. At the same time, it was kind of nice to not even really have to deal with them. Uh, and now I do. We had a meeting yesterday. Meeting went fine, but then the VP of marketing, who wasn't in the meeting, was supposed to be, but never goes, I guess, responds to the recording of the meeting at midnight last night with a whole bunch of questions and comments, and one of them I know is going to get us at the Mint in trouble. Basically, we ran with the project at my former boss's direction, but we ran with the project and sent it to a different artist who did the designing, did the sculpting, based off of um, old artwork that is now, um, I can't think of the word, non-copywritten, non-trademark, whatever it is. I can't remember the word. One second. There we go. Short ads. As I say every time, I hate ads. You guys hate ads. Ads don't really move the needle financially unless you've got hundreds of viewers. So I do as little as possible. Just, my personal opinion on them. Yeah, so I agree with this decision. I just know it's going to get us in a little bit of trouble. There's a artist that headquarters uses for a lot of like promotional stuff, and this guy is a AI prompt master. Not even a master. We're making points, and he just prompts AI, sends the images over, and then when we say, okay, can we change this? Can we change that? We get an entirely new image. So whatever he's using, he just doesn't know how to. I don't have issues with AI in that sense. It's a tool. But when you're sending us a You're the Horse coin with a fifth leg coming out of one of the front legs, and you send that to us, like, that tells you everything you need to know about this guy's abilities. Like, I get AI sometimes pulls up some pretty crazy shiz, but you don't send that. Well, this dummy does. But we have to use him. And so what we've often done is we use him, we get an approved art, and then we send it, or our former marketing guy in-house would make some fixes and then send it to Sculpt, where a lot of those weird AI artifacts would get fixed. And so that frustration that my former boss had, I totally get. And so with these are coins for the 250th anniversary of America. We wanted these to be epic. So we sent them to a artist and sculptor. We used some open source images of like George Washington, Paul Revere, and John Paul Jones. Sent them to him. He made the coin design, sculpted them. We ran with it. One second. Fine. So sorry, popping. Another friend of the channel is streaming right now. I wanna have him on because reasons. I know I'm just venting mindlessly, but I keep losing my train of thought and then coming back, and so I apologize, even though I'm not really sorry. Yeah, so we went rogue on this project. We all knew we were going rogue. We all agreed to it. I know I can probably still just give an honest answer, skew the truth just a little bit. Um, um, yeah, so I guess I'm just a little more annoyed than I should be. Like, in reality, it's really not that big of a deal. Um, it comes down to, I just kind of don't want to deal with this. It's kind of, I don't want to be the man. Venture Built Gaming. I'm, I don't know if I would say I'm angry. I'm ranting a little bit about work. Why, what, where, who? We had our meeting yesterday, with my new boss, and then the recording went up of the meeting, and the VP of marketing responded at midnight with a whole bunch of questions. And she was like, I don't necessarily have an issue with her. I think it's more of a, the problem I'm having is, so we ran with a 250th anniversary of America Coin series, and we're supposed to use the artist that HQ uses, and he is not an artist. He sucks. He uses AI, which, as you know, I have no issue with AI. It's a tool. But he doesn't use it as a tool, he uses it for everything. So when we did our Year of the Horse coin, he sent an image to us where the horse had a fifth leg coming out of its front knee. And he sent that. So he's not even a... He sucks. So with this project, we just used open domain. There we go. I don't know why I couldn't think of that word before. We used open domain images, and sent it. Don't tell anybody this, but we sent it to a English artist and sculptor, Yes, we used an English artist and sculptor to make the 250th anniversary of America. But his response when we said we get this is kind of a weird, he's like, oh, that was in the past. That was just a minor ruckus. Very British of him. Yeah, we're not gonna restart my computer right now. So we went rogue, and she's questioning where this art came from, who did all that. We're ready to launch this next week, and so I guess that's kind of where my concern is I don't even really know how to answer even though it was my former boss's decision. Just some of the questioning that I just really don't want to deal with. I just don't. Um, and I'm trying to not, because I had to deal with my boss, my former boss, complaining about HQ and how stupid they were and how dumb they were and how horrible and blah blah blah, and I had to hear it in every meeting for like a year. It was so frustrating. And I have nothing against the VP of marketing. I do question her qualifications a little bit, but that's not my place. Not my decision. It's not my place to question in that regard. She's in that position. And I need to just accept it and deal with it. Well, it's very easy. And granted, there's more to her story that would lead most people to question, but question how she got that position, i.e. being married to the CEO. But it is what it is. You're not. Yeah, so just kind of just don't want to deal with that. I guess that's where I'm going with this whole rant. Work, work. Work, work. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. And it doesn't help that I don't know. I got about 7 hours of sleep last night, but I feel tired. I need to add some more channel points. I got a couple cool ones, but I need more. I'll add that to the eternal list that never ends of things I need to get done. So let's just try something. The problem is if I don't focus on that, I gotta focus on a upcoming trip to go visit my family, which is awesome. That's not a problem. The problem is the cost of the trip, and so I'm having a very hard time making a decision on that as well. Um, for me, my girlfriend, and her younger daughter to go, it's round trip $2,000 flight. So I'm having a little bit of a hard time with that as well. Yeah, and that's not even, um, you throw in rental car, hotel room, and it's just a Friday to Sunday, so 2 nights. Yeah, this I might have overwatered this. Well, the problem is I said no last year. It's for my dad's side of the family reunion. Um, so I did not go last summer. And my aunt did go. She had a lot of health issues, but she made it. Um, and then she passed a few months later. And so I've got a little bit of uh, regret slash guilt for not being there to be able to say goodbye, because I think that was the reason she was there. She knew it was coming. I don't know if that helped his helmet at all. So that's where I'm kind of, my dad's 69 years old this year. Last year he had a pretty bad heart attack. One that honestly should have put him down. Thankfully, it did not. And he made a lot of changes to ensure that lost a ton of weight, changed a lot about his health. So hopefully he's around for a while, but you just never know. I don't want that regret if something were to happen. Um, Actually, my girlfriend, she just lost her mother last year. Her mother lived in the Philippines, and it had been quite a while since she had seen her in person, and so I don't want to I don't want to let some money that I'm going to end up spending on stupid stuff to get in the way of me seeing the fam. I'll probably just pull the trigger and buy the tickets before I can think too long about it. Yeah, I need to before I keep overthinking it. Actually, I've avoided thinking about it, but then it pops up and I get that hit in my stomach anxiety. So, and like even my girlfriend has said, well, maybe you just go alone. I'm like, well, I don't want to, I don't want to. I don't know if I'm even glazing in the right direction. I'm going, it's, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. All right. Um, okay, I think I need to take a quick break. Um, get something. Well, my tea's starting to cool down a bit so I can drink it, but I need to get something else to drink and maybe something to eat. And maybe hit an energy drink. Try to wake a little bit. Um, yeah. So give me a second. I'm gonna go get up. So I will be back. Hang out. I'm back. Took a pretty large swig of
Who
some
will
NOS
follow me
energy.
into battle?
Big Hijinks. I've seen that name before. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I think you've been in some other streams I've watched, I believe. Because I do recognize that. How are you doing today? How's your Saturday going? I am trying to build up a little energy. Get around. I do too. I get around all the streamers. Good to hear. What you working on today? Trying to finish your defilers. What are those from? Ah, 40k. Okay. Yeah, I haven't oh, never mind. I really got into 40k. Not nothing against it. I mostly do Warcraft painting. So like 3D printed stuff that I get. But I'm sorry to everyone that's been in here. I've been I repeat the same thing. Since May the 4th, I've been working on Star Wars Legion. So I decided we're doing a summer of Star Wars, because why not? Why the heck not? Yeah, so I'm trying to build up some energy here. Trying to get out of my head too. I think I just woke up kind of in a mood. In a mood. We're working on it. We're working through our problems, which are minor problems compared to most people's problems. Okay, what? Where'd my image go? Oh. I can't really tell what. It's like a dirty yellow. It's a real dirty yellow for those shoulder plates and um knee pad plates. Where's my hues? Oh, I don't know what colors to use. Sometimes I just don't know what to use. Yeah, that might be the one. Some yeah. All right. 1 second, guys, sorry. All right, sorry. Yeah, we'll be fine. One thing that I need to remind myself, and I think a lot of it just because I didn't get enough sleep and then waking up to some. They're not unpleasant messages, they're just messages I don't. I mean, some of it isn't directed at me for me to answer, but uh, I just kind of don't. I just don't want to. That's all. I mean, yeah, I do find it a little frustrating, if you will. Um, some of these questions could have been asked in the meeting instead of at midnight. I also know some of these individuals do travel a lot. I probably will. Um, I figure at the very least I'll finish this guy. Um, and then probably in a couple hours, um, maybe eat a short or a small lunch, and then force my cat to take a nap. And then that way I've got the rest of the afternoon, evening, um, obviously hanging out in Monster Den Mini stream. But while I'm lurking there, I'll work on my streamer bot thingamajigers. Okay, I thought so. All roads lead back to Ed. Yeah, we it was that night where Ed raided into you. Um, and like I don't know, it was how many was it? It was like 10 or a dozen people followed you, and um, that was how I and Asiana, my girlfriend, started following you, and then um, I think then you popped into my stream, or yeah, it was well, it just goes to show you Ed's community. There's a lot of I've seen a lot of raids where everyone just goes silent, and then you have raids where everyone is, uh, and everybody in Ed's community is pretty cool. There's actually quite a few streamers in his, yeah, 3K followers, but you notice it's usually the same, 20 or so people, that are active there, and he always has minimum like 30 viewers, but I think some of them come and go. But you have that same group that are very active, and a lot of them are streamers. Quantum Reveries, Painterly Git, Blades81, Falling Freely, she's in there quite a bit. They all streamed. Of course, some of the others that aren't part of the Council of Mini Painters, Blissful Badger streams, which I didn't know until last night when Smiling Beagle raided into him. Valandar the Red streams. He's in there quite a bit. Obviously you, ABG, myself. Big Hijinks, do you stream? If you're still there. Yeah, there's quite a few. Yeah, it's hard. In the beginning, I still do it. You'll see me suddenly get in the zone, and actually sometimes I get in the zone mid-sentence and go silent. I haven't even opened this. Yeah, and it's especially early on where there was nobody in my stream, and so it's just me talking to myself. That's the hardest thing, is when there's no one, even if just people are lurking, which is not a problem. I'm a professional lurker. Sometimes as a streamer, it's hard to just talk to yourself. It is easier to talk when I'm playing video games, but streaming something like World of Warcraft, well, it's been quite a few months since I have streamed Warcraft. But yeah, Ed's community is it's great. And he's got a great stream. I don't remember when I found him or how I found him. I know when I did, I had to, because I used to just call this the Den. And then you go to Ed's stream and you're like, oh, shoot, his is called the Den, and he's been streaming for like 9 years. I didn't want people thinking I stole his idea. So that's why I'm now the Grizzly Den, which, makes sense. Being a grizzly and all. Small grizzly, but grizzly nonetheless. Yeah. That is, that's the most important thing. And that, again, early on, it was not easy to get started. I am very much a introvert. Um, I don't like being around a bunch of people, and even the whole streaming, I still get this way sometimes where I'll look at a miniature or something and I know it's going to be difficult and I don't want to do it on stream because I'm like, I'm going to mess this up and everyone's going to get to watch me mess it up. Like last Saturday with Darth Maul. That was actually all right. But yeah, in the beginning, I did not want to stream. I know we are so close. The last the last couple weeks have really done wonders for this stream. And a lot of it has to do is, like meeting you, um, a couple of the streamers. Um, they could, yes. No, they absolutely are. Um, and sometimes it's important to think like that, hey, it's a good teaching moment, but it's um when you're kind of in the moment though, sorry, I'm having a hard time. Words are tough. Words have been tough all week. Um, when you already struggle with self-doubt about like your painting abilities, and I know they're improving, I know I'm getting better, but yeah, exactly. It's you know, it's very easy to forget that everyone is at different parts of their journey, and so there's going to be people in your stream that are 10 times better painters than you, and then you got people that just started and are looking at you like, oh my goodness, this guy is awesome and I want to learn to be just like him. And I don't think there's anyone like that. Don't be like me. Be better. But, you know, sometimes, especially as and I don't really consider myself an artist, but what we are doing is art. And an artist is always more critical of their stuff. And so I'll look and I'll be like, yeah, I messed that up. And someone else looks like, oh my goodness, that looks amazing. I'm like, what? What are you seeing? Like, I see all the flaws. And sometimes I do sit back and get the whole, yeah, I'm I'm a badass. Yeah, yes, exactly. That's the word. Thank you. Um, and I struggle with it especially. Um, yeah. No, it's exactly that. And the guy that got me into streaming, Link One, or he's actually streaming right now on Brain Rot. I get to hear him in my ear talking about money, always talking about broke people and rich people. Um, he's a digital artist. He was a tattoo artist. I think he still does tattooing. But he says the same thing. We're always more critical of what we're doing than anyone else. And, you know, I do art by imitation. I struggle. What's the artist's name? Chris Costa. Never heard of that. Well, I think all of, like you said, all artists, I think, have that, you know, unless you're just so full of yourself, you know, that you think you're God's gift to the art world. I think everyone, it's just hard to look at that when you're in the moment and you're looking and you're saying, I effed this up. Um, it's hard to remember, hey, everybody in the art community struggles with these same feelings. You know, and of course, when you're standing in the presence of you know, greats like Ed, who've been doing this for so long, um, and who is an amazing teacher, or Jason from Monument Hobbies, another amazing teacher. Um, you know, it starts to give you some inferiority, even though they don't um, ever impose anything like that on you. You know, they are both very, very humble. Most of the, what I would call the greats, are very humble. Um, so yeah, I should take more risks on stream. I mean, that is why I'm painting Boba Fett on here. I was not going to, because I had a hard time wrapping my mind around some of his colors, and I was like, no, I'm not willing for people to see me screw up on Boba Fett. And I still feel like the top of his helmet is kind of messed up, but I'll I'll figure out a way to fix it. I may just have to glaze over a little more. Um, what was I looking? Oh, my hues. There we go. Um, but I will say this: I am the world's okayest miniature painter. I lay claim to that title proudly. One second. Excuse me. Um, yeah, one of my former coworkers at my last job, he had a coffee, like a travel mug that said "World's Okayest Golf Player," and I love that. So I'm stealing that title for the miniature painting world. Um, so this is it's a very, almost like a green brown, his cloak. So maybe I should just go with dark, and ad break is starting soon. Don't worry, it's a 30-second ad break. It'll be over before you know it. So maybe dark green brown and green brown? Why does the dark green brown look darker than the drab? These are the browns. No, I definitely need something darker. That drab brown looks Only a shade lighter than a tiny hair. Okay, adds. There we go. See, quick ad break. As I say all the time, yeah, that should work. I just need a darker shadow color, but I think the drab brown and the dark lean brown should do the trick for. The question is what? Yep, the black green for the shadow, or the dark camel. Gonna be too dark of a shadow. Yeah, maybe dark camel green. That's the problem. It's not really a. Wow. That's a tough color. Tough color to replicate. Well, we're gonna do something. We're gonna do a thing. We're gonna use the dark umber, and then I'm gonna mix it with the dark green brown, and then highlight with the dark green brown. Still, I'm gonna have to figure out how to do some of the battle damage on his armor, like the chipping. Never really, never really done anything like that. And also, in retrospect, I probably should have waited to do the flames. I know the backpack, or the jetpack, I didn't really have a choice. It's the same color as, um, one second. Sorry. Sorry, Brain Rot is streaming and I got him in my ear and I had to answer. He's discussing, he's discussing the source of one of my emotes. Just paint the chair. I caught him talking about it, so I had to drop my emote in his channel. Which I should now explain. So, as I'm sure some of you are aware, um, Brain Rot / Ink One and I work together. And there's a gal there, young kid, aspiring artist, but very sadly, she just lacks the motivation to really excel. he was calling her lazy, which, I mean, she's got a... Yeah, a little bit. And so she has this chair that she has been working on um, for her stepmom, I guess. And it's like, she showed me some pictures. It's a really cool looking chair. She just needs to finish it. And it's something that shouldn't take her that long, but she just, no motivation. She just won't finish it. And again, a lot of potential, but not willing to put in the effort to really, really excel. It's really too bad. But we started using this chair essentially as a metric. So like, for example, um, Inc. will say, I just I just made and published a whole art sketchbook before you finished the chair. And mine's always, like, I finished my ATTE tank, printed it, assembled it, primed, and painted it before you finished the chair, etc. So it's kind of a joke. And it became a saying, um, just paint the chair. I know he says it a lot in his stream, just paint the effing chair. But at work, it's become just a way of saying, like, just get the job done, just paint the chair. So that is why that emote exists in my channel. And hopefully, Ink One on his Brain Rot channel follows suit and makes a emote for just paint the chair. Although I can just use mine in his channel whenever we talk about it. So there's the backstory about why we have just paint the chair emote. Sometimes in life, guys, you gotta just paint the chair. And that is actually a very good motivation. There's times where I'm sitting there, I'm like, I don't really want to paint. I don't really want to stream. It's like, just paint the chair. Just paint the chair, guys. Oh, shoot. Yeah, there's I don't remember how I set up my emotes as to which ones are accessible to everyone and which ones are subscribers, or I really don't remember. There's another one that is near and dear to my heart called Who's the War Chief? That is my cry of frustration at Blizzard's treatment of all of the Horde leaders. Well, any strong Horde leader. I mean, I'm not going to say Blizzard hates the Horde, because that's very untrue. But anytime they raise up a strong Horde leader, they give him a total villain arc, or her. Or they make them just go completely weak and, you know, it starts with Orgrim Doomhammer. Orgrim Doomhammer, still in my mind, the best Horde war chief ever. Thrall. Thrall was, well, listen, he was a good war chief. He wanted peace more than anything, because the Horde had already been defeated, but he wasn't weak by any means. He still embodied what it was to be an orc. He just prioritized peace over conquest and war, but he still embodied honor, and strength. So, you know, I can't ever say he was a weak war chief. But then, as time went on, you know, they started going down that arc where they brought Garrosh in, and Thrall, you know, Thrall had already kind of been weakening. And yeah, Thrall kind of went all weak, and then he's like, oh, the hammer doesn't listen to me anymore. And I know that was way later after Garrosh, but, you know, when they finally restored Thrall as a powerful, more of a shaman, you know, it was, he never came back to lead the Horde or anything like that. So let's see, then Garrosh. Garrosh comes in. You know, Garrosh's whole fear is Grom Hellscream was the first orc to drink the demon blood, and essentially was responsible for plunging the entire orcish race into the demonic control of the Burning Legion. And so his father was a failure, and he was depressed, and blah, 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 blah. Thrall shows him how, although Grom was responsible for the demonic possession, Grom was also the one that broke the Horde free of it, and sacrificed himself to do so. You know, so Garrosh was reinvigorated, and, you know, again, he learned, without all of the corruption, he learned about the honor of the Horde, and yes, very warlike, but all about honor. And, you know, you look at as as a lot of the storyline goes on with Wrath of the Lich King and then Cataclysm, you know, yeah, he embodies conflict and war, but he does it honorably and nobly. you know? And then, what was at the end of Cataclysm before Mists of Pandaria, where he... Oh, yeah. Wrath was solid. Then he essentially drops a Warcraft's version of an atomic bomb on Theramore, which completely goes against everything that we saw. You know, he was all about, yes, kill the Alliance, but kill the soldiers, not the innocents. The Horde doesn't just kill innocents. That's dishonorable, etc., etc. Well, then we drop a mana bomb on Theramore. And then Garrosh starts going down this path of seeking artifacts to increase his power, and he gives into corruption, which is 100% against, you know, and you can make the argument, well, the sins of the father. You know, Grom did that, drank Mannoroth's blood to become more powerful and to bring glory to the Horde, despite his knowing about honor. But it's like, well, Garrosh knew all of that, saw all of that, and everything he did was to try to not fall into the same. And having Saurfang the Elder by him throughout Wrath further solidified the honor of the Horde. And then he goes and gives into an old god. And then we see him just become a evil dictator that now we have to remove. So, okay, Garrosh gets overthrown, Vol'jin is the new leader, and oh, nope, Vol'jin's dead. So we didn't even get him for more than a few seconds. I think this worked out. I think this cloak did good. So all I really got to do is the red on his helmet. A couple little gold lines there, and then it's just all that battle damage. So then Sylvanas becomes the leader, and Sylvanas was always morally questionable. But, you know, as a Horde leader, sure, she takes it a little bit differently, but she's all about the strength of the Horde, and is leading the Horde to victory over the Alliance, and suddenly, F the Horde, I don't care, I'm gonna kill everybody, and she goes and fights the Lich King and frees the jailer, and I know now they're kind of doing sort of a redemption arc where she, I quit during Shadowlands, so I don't really know a lot of that story, but I think in the end she might have turned on the jailer, and now her penance is bearing souls through the Maw to wherever they're supposed to go, or something like that. But again, another strong Horde leader that everybody loved. Sylvanas might be a fan favorite, and nope, we gotta get rid of her. And now the Horde has no war chief. And most of the strong Horde leaders have been killed off. We still have Bane. Bane Bloodhoof is strong. They are really propping up Lor'themar Theron of the Blood Elves. But his loyalty to the Horde is strategic at best. And now, of course, the Horde Alliance conflict is gone. We're all buddies, holding hands, singing Kumbaya. And so that's why I have an emote that says, "Who's the war chief?" Because we don't have one. And that's pressing. So that's my rant. And I created an emote because of that rant. Okay, where did I... Dark Umber is over here, and dark green brown. So, we want think it's going to be burnt red. Or is it red oxide? No, that's definitely a dark red. So we're going to go with burnt red. We're going to be smart. We're going to put my eyes on. And then, of course, my third word emoji is just my slogan, Stay Grizzly. Actually, the Stay Grizzly slogan that I use was coined by oh wow, we got some shaky hands right now. Ink One / Brain Rot coined the Stay Grizzly slogan. And I thought that was great, and I ran with it. Yeah, my hands are shaking bad right now. Yay. Sorry, I had to hold my breath while I was doing that to try to stabilize the hands. So I didn't get this red all over inside the black part of the visor or the helmet. So he's got some really dark, almost a yellowish orange. Few lines on the side of his helmet. You can't tell how many there are, but I need to just add a few of them. So that might be too vibrant. Maybe an orange oxide might be better. It's kind of a yellow, orangish, gold color. Yeah, that should work. kind of starts. Breathe. Yeah. Those are far from perfect. The fake is real. But why is my zoom not, or my focus? There we go. Yeah, those are very far from perfect, but they'll work. They will work. And then he's got. If I can pull that off. Okay. Because he's got that. Let's see if I can get that. It's like a circle that's sliced in half with a white line between it. Um, so all the battle damage is just like white. But probably using that same neutral gray, the bright neutral gray for the battle damage. All right, AVG. I will see you later tonight, hopefully. Appreciate you popping in. Uh, Yeah. Oh, we're doing all right. Doing good. I feel like I should swap to a smaller brush for some of these. It's crazy. I used to always use this number one brush, and now that's what I consider a small brush. Almost done with that. I'm just... I don't even know if it looks good. I'm just trying to add some little white streaks all over. Okay. So a bunch of little scratches are or modeled in, but then I just, as best as I could, added some more. Like in the red of his helmet. You see some of the bullet spots. But we need golden earth. Golden earth. Fine. Put that over there. There we go. All right. Oops, I did a whole base scene of still zoomed in. Sorry. My bad. So that is Boba Fett. And I will say, like, my little chattering of the white or the gray for the battle damage could use some improvement, but thanks, Big Hijinks. This one I am happy with him. I dig him. Yeah. All right. I'm going to take a quick break again. It's been about an hour and a half since my last break, and I need more tea and bathroom and maybe a little more energy drink. Like to try to go for another hour or so. Hopefully. We should be able to make it. I just got to figure out what I'm going to do next. But, yeah, everybody, get up, stretch, get a drink of water, bio break, pet your dog or cat, do all the things. Say hi to your bird. I'll be back. Alright. Oh. Come right back as an ad break's about to start. Arrgh. Well. Finish this guy right before the break. Nope. Ads. Alright. We're back. Short ads, but they're still annoying. So yeah. We're wrapped up. Boba Fett. Pretty pleased with him. The basing texture is still drying, so it's a little more bright. Then it'll dry more like that, so more darkest gold, more like golden earth, like it's supposed to be. So I want to set fun stuff aside for a bit. I want to get all of these out of here. So I worked on these. I started all these last Saturday. These are 2 staff riders. So they were already prime black, those 2, and then I got 30 B1 battle droids, the good old-fashioned Roger. Sitting over here. I had primed them black. Saturday, I was working on Darth Maul. I was so tired. I was doing real well with all the placement of like the mid and the highlights on his cloth. You know, his whole thing is all black cloth. And I was doing so well. Very proud of myself. And then I was like, ooh, transparent black will work perfectly to unify all these colors. And so I used transparent black as my filter, and well, it unified everything. It also made it shiny. It lost that cloth look, which killed me. And I was just so tired. I couldn't wrap my mind around how to fix it. And so finally, I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna go to the leather. So I started with the boots, the belt, and the gloves, which are like a shiny leather. And as I'm trying to place the highlights, I'm like, this doesn't look right. This looks wrong. Like this is not right. And finally, I was just like, you know what? I'm too tired. My brain is not braining. I give up. So I set him aside, haven't touched him since, and I went and just started dry brushing all these OG battle droids. So then over the course of the week, I was working on, actually, I think I completed these 2 in stream on Saturday. And it was just the 1-step special sauce medium with khaki, Cruel Krill khaki. That did the droid itself. Then the staff was like the guns and the engine and the handles were graphite, 1-step graphite gray, and then the rest of the staff, I think it's called a staff, I mixed Pro-Acryl Mahogany with the one-step special sauce medium. And that's and then all the other V1 battle droids, their rifles or bazookas or binoculars or whatever they have, are just graphite gray. Excuse me. So they're all completed. I just need to do the base. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Why not? Because again, main thing is I want to get these out of the way. So we're gonna do that. And I'm gonna use the golden earth, fine golden earth. I'm putting most of their bases. I don't know why. I really don't. I don't know why I picked, I think I saw it in one of the box art for, like the ARC Troopers or something like that. But all of the, that set called Heroes of the Clone Wars, have been, I've used both the coarse and the fine gray earth. Oh, and these are primed bases. I know they look just gray, but they were, I think they were first primed gray and then rattle can white. Yeah, I did, I think when I'm done with all the basing, I'm gonna work on, just start working on some clone troopers again. And those all blaze through pretty quickly. They're all primed black. I'll dry brush the, I'll dry brush a Zenithal white dry brush on them. And, and then I use sorry, I'm getting really distracted right now. I don't know why. I'll use the special sauce, medium, one-step medium, mixed with white blue for all the armor plating, or the white armor, and then graphite gray for their guns, and then pretty much I go in, I touch up that, because they're primed black, but when I dry brush, it still gets into some of those in between the armor plates where they got that black body glove. So I will touch that up as well. When I start applying the white-blue one-step mix, I get so sloppy. I've got a lot of touch-up in that black leather body glove that they've got on. By that basting texture, followed by if they're just I don't remember what we call them. Someone just called it a week or so ago, like a normie or something, or shiny. Shinies, I think, the brand new clones that aren't in a unit yet. I don't know if I'll leave any of them as normies, shinies, sorry. That's probably a little too much basting texture on there. Pretty well gooped on. Probably don't want that much on. Yeah, so when I do that, I can blaze through those troopers pretty quickly. The only reason I don't do a lot of that is like what I'm doing right now with these guys. This doesn't require a lot of skill. And part of what I want to do in general with all of this is, like, yes, spending a few hours on a single battle droid is not the best use of my time. Sorry, I'm making a mess over here, but I'm trying to make room. My little platform here. Yeah, excuse me. Doing this with easy, it makes a really cool looking miniature, but it's, I'll liken it to like going to the gym. If you're not trying to, and everyone's different, but if you're trying to bulk, but you never increase your weight, never try new workout routines, switch things up or tricking your body essentially, you're never going to bulk up. You will always stay the same. And again, everybody's goals are different in the gym, but and there's ways of, like, the method I'm using, there's ways to improve where you're learning, but what I'm doing is basic. It's just and that's fine for something like this, but that's why I mix in like what I did earlier this week and last week. Earlier this week I did this guy. And I did this, traditional style. Using, all the shades and mids, bass, highlights, whatever. And then this guy last week. That was Echo. This is Fives. Same deal. Still working on like blending and proper highlights, all that stuff. It just um you know excuse me. Sorry. Doing stuff like that helps me grow, helps me expand, helps me learn. And that's, so sometimes I'll do super simple, but then other times, um, I want to grow. I do believe that I'm a decent painter. I'm getting better, but I want to continue to grow. I want to continue to take on new challenges. Non-metallic metal is still a battle that I want to conquer. I want to learn OSL. I know my blending work needs a lot of improvement. My blends often are not that smooth. I want them to be smooth. I want smooth blends. I need to work more on like brush control. And doing something like this battle droid, especially with the one step and the way I'm doing it, when I get, like when I was slapping the khaki special sauce mix, even when I would get it on the rifles, or as you can see on all these as I bring them out, you'll see how much I slapped all over the base. Slapping the base. Once I pull that graphite gray out for the rifles, it just covers it, and it still looks just as fine. I may have to apply a little more to cover that khaki, but it's very easy. I don't have to worry about brush control. I'm just slapping paint on. Even like placements, it's just um How we doing? Everyone hanging in there? What is everybody working on? I will say I love this basing texture, and I gotta get it done, but I also apologize to all of you that this is boring. It's boring to probably watch. It's boring for me to do. 24 more to go. And I still haven't decided if I'm just gonna leave this or am I gonna put some rocks on there or what am I gonna do? I don't know. My thing is I don't play any tabletop games. And I always throw out this disclaimer, it's not because I don't like tabletop games. I just don't go anywhere. I don't even really go to my local game stores. But yeah, I don't really leave my house that often. I go to work. It's kind of drying a little weird, showing too much of the base. Um, maybe it's fine. Darker Earth. Oh well. That one's doing the same thing. Yeah, it's just my what was I saying? Um, yeah, I don't really go to hobby stores. Um, I've got one literally within walking distance of my work. And there's another one 10 minutes from my work. My work's about 10 minutes from me, a little less than 10 minutes. And so one hobby store is walking distance from there. So 10 minutes from me, from my house. And then I've got another hobby store um 10 minutes from there, so about 20 minutes from my house. About. Um So yeah, they're close, but I just think they do games. I've been in there, 'cause I used to frequent them often, especially when I was buying all the Army Painter paints. Um, I was in there all the time, spending so much money. Although they never recognized me. Do I look that common? Like, for a while there, I was in there every Saturday for months on end, just because I wasn't buying like sets of paint. I was buying like individuals. I had that Paint Rack app, and I was just slowly collecting the Fanatics set, Army Painter Fanatics. But yeah, I've seen them playing card games in there, but I don't know. I like the idea of like Dungeons and Dragons and tabletop RPGs. I've just never. I get up, I go to the gym, come home, get ready for work, go to work, come home, hang out with my girlfriend at home. Our idea of a date is where she meets me for lunch, um, at work. But even there's multiple reasons, but even during the day at work, I don't usually leave for lunch. I don't usually eat lunch. So I say all of that whole story that took me an hour to get out because I'm distracted right now. Um, I say all of that to say that these aren't just gonna go on a table. They're gonna they're gonna go on display in my house. That's why I do want them to look a little better than, although these are definitely tabletop quality. But I do want them to look just a little better. Uh, Oh, we're still hanging in there? Yeah, this is kind of, oh, tiresome. Oh. All right. We've got 17 more that just need the spacing on it. 17 more. We can make it, guys. I've been doing this in the camera. Evan! You're back and dealing with... Do I have pre-roll? I guess I do. Pre-roll is on. It's only 30 seconds. It should only be 30 seconds. It better only be 30 seconds. Oh, really? Okay. As long as it was only 30 seconds. I know I say this all the time. I hate ads. You guys hate ads. Ad revenue, unless you've got hundreds of viewers, you're not making money off ad revenue. So, I do the minimum that Twitch will allow me to do. I think ads are, and I get it, you know, everybody's channel is different. Some people do the full 3-minute ads, and that's fine. Well, I'm not here to make money. Though I am an affiliate, I'm not, ads make, well, Twitch is not rich. They're actually a losing venture for Amazon, but I don't care. I'm not here to make Twitch rich either. I'm here to paint minis. Right now I'm painting, we're doing some boring stuff. I want to get these battle droids out of the way. So we're putting basing texture on all of them. That's really the last thing I need to do. So, yeah. Amazon basically subsidizes Twitch. Yeah, so I've had these. I started working on these. I mean, I had them primed already, but I started working on them last Saturday. Pretty much doing the Zenithal dry brush on them. And there's 30 of them. They're basically done. I just want to get them out of the way. I've got my my little tray. This was a failed 3D print. I think the filament ran out and the sensor didn't pick it up. And so rather than throwing it away, I was like, well, that's a perfect little tray. He said to recombobulate a situation with a customer to then discover that our game's modding tools broke with the first update. Oh, dang. What game, sorry, excuse me. What game is that? Arms Trade Tycoon Tanks. Okay. I've never heard of that. I've not heard of a lot of games. Yeah, I do apologize. I'm just trying to get this done. This is boring me too. So thanks to everyone that's sticking around. We're doing our best with a questionable situation. The reviews do not reflect the game as much as the mire we... Oh, sorry, is this this is a game you're working on? Are you in game development? The community management. Okay. Do not worry about focus paint. I'm here to chillax. Well, it's not just focus painting. I'm doing the basing, which like I get bored by it, but it's a necessary evil. Gotta do it. But yeah, I'm getting bored. Oh, I still got 13 more to go after this one. Yeah, you know, and not that I want to jump on the whole, so there's something to... Probably, but this is the basing texture. So it's, it's a little bit different. It adds that rainy, earthy feel to it, which I like. It's coming out real vibrant. It'll dry, more like that, more of a deeper, darker. Oops, stop shaking. It's one of the Monument hobbies. This is their Golden Earth Fine. I wish they had a Golden Earth coarse. Their Brown Earth, they've got both coarse and fine, and their Gray Earth have both coarse and fine. But the Golden Earth, the snow is ultra fine, which that makes sense. It's snow. And then I have the old container for the Red Earth, and that's a fine texture. Honestly, I probably should have used red on these to give them more of the Geonosis feel, but oh well. We're committed. Uh, yeah, I'm sorry to hear about the reviews. Um, you know, I do find and not to, because a lot of games fall into the category of blaming the players, but a lot of times, you know, depending on which player base you get, sometimes reviews can be very unfair. And that's very difficult to deal with. Try to reconcile. What's the name of the company? Oh, okay, sorry. I guess I just misunderstood. I get it now. Because the modding wasn't working, the reviews are more reflecting that part of it and not the actual gameplay. Ah, yes, yes. Now I get it. Sorry, I'm tired, Eamon. So my brain is it's working better than last Saturday, but still not we're not braining as well. Now I get it. Yeah, that's a rough thing, and yeah, a lot of times I wouldn't blame them ever. Been dealing with an outside issue for 2 years now that tanked their reviews. Ooh, that's especially when it's not even in your control. Um, I can kind of relate. Um, Mine of course also hurts reviews. That is something we can fix. That makes sense. Yeah, we do fulfillment, direct retail fulfillment, and a lot of times we are at the mercy. You know, once it leaves our facility, it's in the hands of the post office or FedEx, and there are not often our customers are actually very similar. Um, Fungi. Oh, okay. This is the first venture. Okay. Um, you know, similar to you, most of our customers are very cool. Um, and we actually get, I think there's a lot of loyalty to our parent company. And so we actually get a lot of good reviews, which is not, you know, most people don't review unless they're angry. Um, but yeah, once it gets in the hands of a carrier, FedEx or post office, it's out of our hands. And post office especially is horrible. Free worker, next contract will be under my own company. Okay. That would be very nice. There are advantages to working for yourself, being an entrepreneur. Well, hopefully that gets sorted out and resolved. And free worker has different tax implications, contrary to self-employed. German tax law. Are you in Germany then? Oh, self-employed. I was like, I've never heard of self-employed. But I learn new things all the time. No, self-employed. Okay. It is. It is late over there, isn't it? 10 p.m.? 11 p.m.? Ah, okay. So you are working for an American-based company? 9 p.m. Okay. Or US-based company, whatever you want to call it. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm Pacific Standard Time, so it is. It's actually lunchtime here, noon. Uh, I'll probably, I don't know, we're almost at 4 hours. I do feel like I'm getting a little bit more energy. So I might plow on for a little longer after I get these done even. US-based Swedish. Publisher for whom I work is Australian. Okay. Ah, that makes sense. Sweden's got, it's been a while since I played, but they've got that, what's it called? Paradox Studios or Paradox Entertainment. They made, some of my favorite, kind of like strategy, Europa Universalis, Hearts of Iron, Victoria, Crusader Kings. I don't know if anyone's heard of those. They never were too mainstream, but oh, I used to love those games. Yes, Paradox Entertainment. Yeah. Those games were, well, shoot. They did so much research on the history. So like you could start in with any of these games, you could start in any time period. Um Oh, they're so good. And like I said, it's been a long time. I don't know what they're on now, but like it didn't matter what time frame you started at. The countries were set up historically with borders and leaders, and I learned more about history from those games than I did in school. And I got my bachelor's. It was letters in science with a focus on um, history. Yeah, I mean, I don't fault them. Everybody's got to make that money. They made a lot of money off me. I love history, and I think that was the biggest thing that drove me to those games. Plus the whole sandbox mode, like uh, Stellaris. I never played that. Um, did want to. Honestly, I should pull out some of their games, some of the new ones, and stream them as something different from heavily modded Stellaris. Okay. You know, I was always the one, like, I would get into, Europa Universalis, start that in like so it's basically just Hearts of Iron in space. Okay. Oh, that would be fun then. That was a really fun game. Um, you know, depending on the Europa Universalis version, you're starting in like 1400s, and my goal would like I'd grab the Duchy of Brandenburg and unify Germany, or I don't know, Genova or Venice and unify Italy or something like that. Um, Try to rebuild hundreds of years before, build the British Empire with all of its colonies and just stuff like that. I loved that. Oh, that's not even his foot. Just trying to avoid that spot. Five more. Five more. Excuse me. Uh, yeah, honestly, I started playing World of Warcraft, and I haven't really played very many other video games since then. And now I'm kind of um I just like I played when the new expansion came out in March. Did it for about a month or so, and now I just kind of stopped. I'll probably play a little bit when that next um there's another content update next Tuesday that I might spend some time in. But that's kind of my MO. If something new comes out, it's new and shiny, Warcraft related that is, and I jump on play and then I get bored, and now I spend more time painting Warcraft miniatures, reliving the glory days of Warcraft. Oh boy. We're almost done with this, and then I'm gonna have to, I'm holding it, but I'm gonna have to take a quick bio break. Grimlock. Just those three. And then all of them have basting texture, and I'll decide on another day if I'm gonna put any type of rubbery or rocks or anything like that. Two more. Hold up. Streamer just rated. Nothing against this guy, I just don't wanna really listen to him. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, that's still too hot to drink. An ad break is starting soon. Why? That's not... If I'm running a 30-second ad break every hour, then you shouldn't get pre-roll ads. I gotta look at those settings again. Something's off. I don't... Because I thought the pre-rolls were on. I see on my little stream thing they're on, but they are supposed to be something that I did saying if you do this, pre-rolls will be off. So those should not be on. I will need to mess with that. I know whatever change I make right now won't take effect until my next stream or whatever. Like requires a reset or something, but still. Alright. Man, it's over. Hope you guys enjoyed the commercial about the vacation that none of us can afford to take. Or some products that we don't want. But Twitch thinks that you want. Okay. Well, that's probably a really dumb way of doing the basting texture too. Well, maybe not. I've done it with the big jar, and it did dry out. Although I got one of the gray earth ones that dried out, but I think that dried out while it was being stored. Just the top of it, I have to open it up. Nebdor 305. Well, thank you.
Who will follow me into battle?
Appreciate the follow. I'm not, I was actually a little angry this morning, but I'm not angry now. I got it out of my system. I had some weird work message in the middle of the night. But we're good now. I'm not angry. I'm just tired. Well, welcome in, Nebdor 305. Appreciate the follow. Well, I've gotten a few things done today. I just switched gears to finish these guys, but these were already painted. I just need to do the basing. This was what I was working on. This bad boy. Started him yesterday in the stream, and finished him up today. Pretty happy with him. And then I just did the basing texture for, all of these. So 30 B1, and then these two. Which once it fully dries, it's starting to look a little weird on the edges. I may have to touch that up a bit. Some of that's just the color primer I used below or beneath it. Yeah, I wanted to finish those, get those out of the way before, because they've just kind of been sitting in limbo. So wanted to make those go away. I don't know what I'm gonna work on next, but I do know that I need to, I don't know if you have a Discord, but I'm getting streamers to name some Space Marines in my army. So far we have 5 named, and I'm wondering if you want to name one. Are you a streamer? Or... I do have a Discord. I don't have the command set up. No, you're just a kid who likes painting. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Yeah, that's... I need to... Because I've had a whole bunch of people in here, and I've not shared my... Let's see. Here's my Discord. It's pretty... It's not new, but it's pretty, unused. But then my Discord... I think it's just Angry Grizzly. Angry Grizzly, yeah. Just Angry Grizzly. But if you join that, I'll have to welcome the cheesiest one. Okay, so I need to give permissions, otherwise you won't see anything. I have it set up. Something's off with it. So let's see. Okay, it's not showing you in my channel list. I'll have to fix that later. Because however I have it set up, it doesn't show. I don't know why. Like I had to grant you permission or something. But right now it's not showing you in my members, even though I see you there. But I'll say hi still. Yeah, I'll fix that later. So far, Terminator has been named Solarix, Centurion, Bob the Brutal, then some Space Wolf names for a Boxer, Dreadnought, and Librarian. What do you all got in your, oh, I just missed, I paint the right shoulder pad in the Streamer's Vibe. Well, I mean, obviously, I'm gonna go with Grizzly. Um, and one day I will actually paint a Grizzly Space Marine. He's prime, waiting for me. One day. Oh, I'm still a little warm. Um, I need to take a very quick bio break. Um, so hang out for a second. I will not be long. But I've had to use it since I started on those battle droids. So give me 1 second. I will be right back. I sort of lied when I said it was going to be a quick break. It was still quick, but I realized that if I'm going to paint something else, not facing texture or one step, that I need to change my wet palette. So, or my damp palette, whatever you want to call it. I don't really, well, you can see it. There's not, it's wet, but, oh, and yeah, I saw your images, Nebdor. Those are pretty cool. You got a lot of Marines there. Excuse me. I don't know why I'm suddenly something in my throat. I'm choking on my bullshit. Yeah, so I keep my wet palette damp, although this is looking a little wetter than usual. That's fine. I don't like the sopping wet palette, especially since I use almost exclusively Pro-Acryl. I still feel like it doesn't really work well on a dry palette, but to each their own. Each their own. Okay. So we're gonna get started on this guy. I don't know how far I will get. This is, oh, come on. I hate this camera. This is Rex. Clone, what is he? A captain, commander? Started as a captain. I'm gonna paint him similar style as these two. Echo and Fives. I also got a yes, Captain Rex. Thank you. Did he ever become a commander by the end? I can't remember. Maybe he just stayed a captain and then that last season of the Clone Wars cartoon TV series, he got saved, had that chip removed, and that's kind of when he went rogue. Okay. Cody was a commander, I know that. I did paint him up, but this one was all the one-step paints. Like a black primer, white zenithal dry brush, and then the one-step special sauce mixed with white blue. Graphite gray on the rifle, and then just some touch-ups, and then I did the orange. Yeah, almost all of them. Excuse me, my goodness. I did when I was doing the Wookiees, I did a black-brown primer, and then I did a I used the taupe primer, but I just did a zenithal dry brush, and that worked out very well. Because then I just did the warm brown one-step paint, slapped it all over, and it looked great. Did a few other things on there. Those Wookiees turned out great. And then some of my orcs, I haven't had it for long, so most of my orcs are not done this way, but some of them I did with purple primer. Dark purple, I think. It's a Star Wars board game similar to Warhammer. Well, this is Star Wars Legion. I don't know. I don't play. From what I've been told by other people that have popped in here, I think the Legion plays a little faster than Warhammer. But I don't know either of the gameplay rules, any of that stuff. That's what I hear. I think you can, and I could be misquoting, but I think you could pop a Legion game out in an hour or two. So it's a little bit quicker. That Kill Team, I think, is another fast game. I think Marvel Crisis Protocol is also a pretty fast. But again, I actually just got my first couple Marvel Crisis Protocol minis. And mostly because I needed an Iron Man that I want to paint up and send to my... Yeah, it's same company that makes it's called Asmodee. Asmodee is the mother company, and Atomic Mass Games are the specific. Actually, these colors, the amp colors, that's the Atomic Mass Games logo. Is that gold robot or whatever? Looks like the Iron Giant of some form. Sorry, I keep forgetting what I'm grabbing. Yeah, those amp colors, which I'm using two of them, the Slate Gray and the Cool Gray, they were made for Star Wars Legion. They didn't, when Pro made them, they didn't get the licensing for Star Wars, so that's why they call them amp colors. But that was what they were for. So bright, neutral gray, and light blue. So this is the recipe that I use on my Clone Trooper armor for ones that I'm... Oops, sorry, blocking. For ones that I'm gonna paint traditionally. Necromancer's Palettes. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I'm working on Rex. Well, I'm gonna start. I've already been going for almost 4.5 hours, so although I'm re-energizing here. Aside from wherever this cough came. Fright Fest 2025. Saw a Horde logo, ran inside to say Loktar Ogar. Ogar, wow, words are tough. Yes, yeah, I don't know why on my phone your little tag actually spelled it out as Fright Fest 2025. I almost exclusively paint Warcraft miniatures, but May the 4th started Star Wars, and once I started going, it was like we're rolling. Let's do this. Why not? But yeah, I'm a Warcraft, well, Warcraft and Star Wars fanatic. I'm pretty soon StarCraft. As soon as they ship my pre-order. Where's my pre-order? Is there a way to rip your character from the game? There is. But it's really, yeah, seriously, where's my pre-order? They said they were going to ship out end of May. And I keep getting emails, we're working on it, and not that I need the StarCraft miniatures. I still have probably 40 clone troopers to paint, a couple Jedi, the Geonosians, and then I still have a couple battle droids in boxes, like the Aqua Droid, the Spider Droid, the Crab Droids, some more Super Battle Droids, more Droidicas that are still in the boxes, plus all the Rebel Alliance, all the Empire, that are in boxes. The Shadow Collective in boxes. Oh, and the Mandalorian ones are they shipped the pre-orders from Legion, and I still have 100 Horde minis to paint and 200. I guess they're like D&D, but they're Sun Elves. Okay, well now I'm excited. I've been playing since vanilla, and I'd love to get my main out of the game. So it's you can do it. I think you I'm gonna forget the name. Oh, absolutely, hands down best paint. Have you gotten the one step changes your life? So you can download the. Oh, good man. Yeah, they keep taking my money, and they keep coming out with more stuff. They're like, here, send us more money. So you could use the WoW model viewer, and then there's another plugin that'll pull your character out, but it's all polygonish. So it's not going to look that good unless you know how to sculpt. Then you can take that file, fix it, kind of smooth everything out. So it works. I need Jarvis, please. But it's not going to be that good. And some of the stuff, like some of your armor, won't pull out of the game. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I think there's companies that will do it for you though, that'll actually make it look good and get you like a little statue, but I think they're a little pricey. No, but if you look, there's a lot of sculptors on My Mini Factory. Not a lot. There's a few. That's not buy Warhammer for a few months. Hey, a few months of no Warhammer, that's a lot of money, probably. Yeah, there's a few sculptors on My Mini Factory, like My 3D Print Forge, Imagine Minis, Sculpt Tuner. There's a few others that on and off do like Bite the Bullet. Can't remember the name of the one, but they do Warhammer or Warcraft theme, they say, sculpts, and they're pretty good. Well, I don't know if you know, but Jesus can save you from Warhammer and Warcraft, but he hasn't saved me from Warcraft yet. My Warcraft addiction has gotten worse. Oh, I was venting about Thrall earlier, as I was explaining why I have an emote that is called Who's the War Chief? Because that still pisses me off. Why do we not have a war chief? Hold on one second. Sorry about that. I missed. Yeah, when that happened, I was like, that's how I felt. I went on a whole rant earlier about, like, I don't think Blizzard hates the Horde, but Blizzard definitely hates strong Horde leaders, and even strong Alliance leaders. If they get a strong leader, started when they killed off Orgrim Doomhammer in pre-Warcraft 3. And then Thrall, like I like Thrall. I think Thrall was actually a strong leader. He just valued peace, but he still embodied the Horde. And then they made him weak, and then he left, and then he went on and did his own. I'm gonna find the elements. Knock it off, Thrall. Pick up your hammer and get in the battle. And then Garrosh came in. Of course, you know, Garrosh embodied everything that the OG Horde was, so let's get him corrupted too. Let's get him to hook up with the old gods. That's cool. And then they give us Vol'jin, which, you know, Vol'jin led the revolution. Great. Nope, he's dead. Ah. Yeah, War Chief is offensive. What was his failed game? And who was the last lead design guy? I know a lot of the names. I don't know a lot of their positions, though. And then they gave us Sylvanas. And she was awesome. Even though she was morally questionable, kind of gray, like a little chaotic, almost chaotic evil, but awesome. And then F the Horde. I'm going to go do my own thing. And then they're like, well, I don't think we need a war chief anymore. I think we can have a council. Let's build a democracy. It's the Horde. The Horde is supposed to be... And now they're propping up, RuneScape will never die. I've got a buddy, that still posts pictures of him playing it. I'm like, hey, when you find something good, stick to it. That's why sometimes I still go back and play either the Warcraft 2 or the Warcraft 2 remastered. Either way, I don't even know what the difference. But those were the good old days. The good old days. Yeah, that's actually why. Oh shoot! I already made a mistake. Just started and screwing up on us. It's all right. I gotta touch up the black anyways. I know I'll get sloppy more. Oh yeah, now they're launching the 11th edition. What, in a couple weeks? Or is it already launched? I hear a lot of streamers talking about it. Yeah, because I will say, even Necromancer, you're right. It's not just a Horde hate thing. It's any type of strong. You know, they do it to the Alliance too. Varian Rin was badass. Some people got early access. Okay. Is it new miniatures or just new rules? Because Legion just did something where they're redoing all their, you know, and it's just a money grab, I know. And well, it is what it is. Since I'm just painting to collect, I don't really care. Don't really care if they, if the models are new or old. I've heard the new sculpts are better, but I don't know. Set of models for the Blood Angels and Orcs, okay. And then a whole new rule set, or modified rule set. I think that would be what would kill me, is having to learn. I'm old. I have a hard time learning new stuff. I'm an old dog. I'm an old bear. Although I will say, I am so super excited for the Amazon Warhammer show. Because it's you know, it's going to be awesome. Henry Cavill basically put the gauntlet down and said, this will be I get full creative control and full veto right. And they knew if they didn't give in, they were going to lose him, and even sacrificed part of his pay for that. He was that dedicated. Alpha Legion in the board game. What's the Alpha Legion? Oh. Sorry. Yeah. It was the Stealthy Legion that plays for both sides. This is Warhammer. Kingdom of Amalur from Shadowlands. Current stuff is not switching to Metzen. Chuck Champ puts a lot of story ideas and lore from Amalur into the wall. Retconning stuff. I hate when they retcon. Yeah. Yeah, I hate when they... I mean, some retcons are good, but a lot of them just... Like, honestly... And you're absolutely right, it stopped feeling like, well... Uh, you know how many times they've come up with the this is gonna be the WoW killer, and none of those games are even around. Stop trying to be a WoW killer and just be your own game. You know, one of the worst things you can do is to design a game with the purpose of being better than another game. Like, be your own game. Stop trying to be better than another game. You'll be better by just doing you. But, oh well, that's, people are jealous of the WoW success, but WoW needs to also, or Blizzard needs to also remember that, you know, success is not a given. Coming out with a new expansion doesn't guarantee it's going to be a hit. still got to put in the work, and you still got to keep the people happy. But I will say they did pretty good with Midnight, the newest expansion. They hit a lot of the nostalgia. They show, like, yeah, the Alliance and the Horde are friends now, but not everyone feels that way. Yeah, Shadowlands kind of did it for me. I played. I mean, Warlords of Draenor, and I said this last night. Warlords of Draenor was my favorite and least favorite expansion. Glad you're back, Blood Drunk Bruce. We missed you. Ranting about Warcraft again. It's Necromancer's fault. He got me going on it. Yeah, I feel like Warlords of Draenor had so much potential, but they gave up on it before it even launched. Second. Yeah, it was for me, the nostalgia of the Warcraft 2 era was great, but they bombed it. They gave up on it before it launched, realized it was going to be a bad idea, so they hastily launched it and ended it without any real content additions or anything like that. And that's why, for most people, it'll be their least favorite expansion. Which is a bummer. Yeah, it's a bummer. But no, this new one it's pretty good. The story's pretty good. Love the whole Silvermoon, Eversong Woods redo, Zulaman, bringing the Amani Troll story to the forefront is, like, they did really well on that. They are building Lor'themar Theron up as a strong leader. But what you'll see is he is very much concerned about the Blood Elves and not so much about the Horde. So I don't see him really going he's not going to save us from the lack of a war chief, that's for sure. He doesn't care about the Horde enough. For him, it's an alliance of necessity. And you do get to see that there is still a lot of tension. He's allowed the Alliance into his city because that's the focal point of the battle. But he's not okay with it. And by Alliance, I mean the Army of the Light, which is mostly allied. And you see the tension between the citizens. So they did a pretty good job of showing all that. And then I know this next expansion that'll come I don't know, in like a year or so. That's going to take us back to Northrend, to a completely redone Northrend, and I think it'll bring, because there's a lot of questions like, where's the Horde and the Alliance during this? We just have the Elves. And where's the Dragons? We just saved them in Dragonflight to bring them back as the protectors of Azeroth, and then they just ghost us when the Void shows up. Completely absent in the last, I can't think of the name of the expansion. But yeah, so hopefully this brings them back center stage and unites the whole world against the Void threat. Hopefully. Like I said, they're doing pretty good with Midnight. So the last Titan, I'm hopeful. Very hopeful. But then the real question, what's next? Where do they go next? We've defeated the Legion. We've defeated the Old Gods. We're about to defeat the remnants of the Void. That the Old Gods harnessed, or whatever. Where do we go next? Went back into time. Brought the dragons back. Oh, well, Deathwing was part of the Old Gods. Supposedly they have a plan, but who's the next big bad? We defeated all of the big bads. I don't know if any of you guys have watched the CW TV series The Flash. I felt this way about Arrow and about Flash is, you could have a series run too long that you run out of bad guys. Like The Flash, it was all, well, here's another speedster, and he's faster than the last. It's like, so the Flash has to get faster and has to harness more of the Speed Force, and it's just, I don't think it's just, am I supposed to be pinned? No, I'm not. Like, oh well. Arrow was the same way. You always have a new villain that's the last one, but a little bit stronger, and it's, I guess my point is, you run out of bad guys to keep the story going. You're always trying to find a new one. And so I guess I'm only bringing that up. Um, say, is it time for World of Warcraft to turn off and start over with a World of Warcraft 2 and start us back over, or you know, change the story, or you know, you know, I wouldn't mind a World of Warcraft 2 that takes us back to Warcraft 1. Like, take Warcraft 1 / Warcraft 2 and turn it into an MMO. Or do we finally get the much desired World of StarCraft? I think they were looking at that project and then they scrapped it. Decided to do Overwatch instead. I think. Again, I might be lying to you. I do that a lot. Oh, let's see. And who knows? Like I said, I heard, I don't remember who interviewed, if it was Ian, whatever his name is. Still here, just lurking in pain. Hey, that's fine. All good. I appreciate the lurks. I appreciate the convos. I appreciate even just the drive-by popping in and popping out. No, I don't remember the guy's name. If it might have been Chris Metzen, might have been Ian, whatever his name is. One of them that was saying they've got a plan for World of Warcraft for the next 10 years. Part of me hopes so, but even although they're doing great with this story, which proves they can, Xal'atath was kind of a nobody. Like, where did she come from? And they've told us all the story, and it is good, and they've done very good introducing her. I gotta focus 1 second. I really don't want to have to touch up this black, so Um, so yeah, all I'm saying is that it's, Blizzard's proven that they can take a new villain and do a great job with her story and spread it over 3 expansions. And still recapture a lot of the stuff that drew so many people to Warcraft in general, and capture all the nostalgia with the Blood Elves and their lands, and um, ad break starting soon. Has it really been an hour since the last one? That's insane. As all right, just quick ad break. Almost out of paint on the palette, but I'm so close. Okay. Um. All right. It is 1:30 for me. We are at 5 hours, so I think I'm actually going to wrap up. Um. Pretty happy with how far I got on everything. But I feel like I'm gonna need to take a little nap before, yeah, I appreciate you popping in. I think we're gonna raid, there's a few of us here, and Smiling Beagle Studios is on. He is streaming with Layden Roses, I believe. So stick around. Let me find him here. Yeah, he's they just started a little bit ago, half hour ago. And there may be some more people joining in. I'm just gonna say this guy is a next level painter. Very good guy. Fun stream to hang out and so I'm gonna start the raid. But like I said, please stick around. Throw him a follow if you're not following already. Yeah. Go ahead and take us out. So again, every week my stream is all Pacific Standard Time. Wednesday around 3 p.m., Friday around 2 p.m., and Saturday around 9 a.m. I usually try to get on a little bit earlier, but it all depends. So I will be back Wednesday. Tomorrow is a day off, and then of course Monday is back to my day job. So I'll be back Wednesday. Appreciate everybody that came in, lurked, talked, hung out, BS with me. And you guys all have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you guys next week. And as always, stay mad, stay angry, stay grizzly.